Hello. Oh, my eyes. I just took something for allergies, but my eyes are, like, really bothering me. I just was outside. Allergens, and of course, only do better if I don't scratch them, but... So what we're doing here... is we're currently working on the maps of Polytopia. And by the maps of Polytopia, the campaign missions. Now, every single one of these that I make, remember, are unofficial. Besides, yeah. We have been chosen rule the map creator tribe. So I've currently got 3 made. First one we're going to look at, very, very briefly. All these maps are subject to change, but all these maps are to serve a very specific purpose. Do I have... Where's the text? So, I've got a lot of things that I can or can't do. Because of how... My goodness, now suddenly I'm, like, getting sneezy. I'm fine. Gonna go ahead and just paste that there. Imperious. Learn to move units, capture villages, and level up cities. Each of these tribes are to serve a very specific purpose. Oh my goodness. It first looked like drought. Oh my gosh, it's suddenly getting like really bad. I wasn't bad for like the past hour and a half, and we're like, okay, it's a little bad, wash my face, take some allergy medicine, and now I'm suddenly dying. So this is the Imperious map that I have made. Everything is subject to change. I will probably be modifying it so that way you see what like Imperious is running from. Like, for instance, I might end up doing something like showing what the threat they're running from potentially is, because if we just go to the maps... Maybe do something like this. You know, I can do something like this, right? Where map could look like that, and you can clearly see like where Imperious was running from. Yeah, something like that. I could do something like this. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and save. Boom. The Imperious mission is very simple. Creative. Oh my gosh, my mouse double-clicking very fast is annoying me. If we go to custom... Should be able to also do 0 opponents, but you do for something, you know, such as this, and then this could be pretty much what they see, so they can't accidentally walk over. They learn how to level up the city. They go to the ruin. Get a swordsman. actually would want that to give an explore, if possible. And then you want to then have them level the city up to level 3. And if we explore, you'll be able to see that even very specifically, they don't, like, this is all the vision that they would get of this map. Nothing extra. Very linear. And with that, they win the map. Very simple. Second map. Barter tutorial. The objective is to get 4 cities and level up a single city all the way up to level 3. Now, in theory, you know, oh my goodness, the player may end up just following this little road right over here, and they find a village. Oh no, there's an animal there. You know, this way they also get to learn, like, walking onto the animals does nothing. They're able to do that, or they can be scared and, you know, not do something as such right there. If they want, they can explore. Again, they're not going to see the lighthouses. Get climbing. It's very amazing that this gives me exactly what I want. So like this city, they can level up. Workshop. But they can't get any city to level 3. Okay, well, they know about these fruits. 1, 2... You know, that. Just in case they go completely linear and they get these cities first. But it's this city is the one that has to level up all the way to level 3. It's been a long time since I played this game. Who you did tutorials for? Basically, I'm making a campaign to help explain and guide players into the game of Polytopia, showing them one thing at a time. That is the objective. Like this one, again, it's all about learning how to... So if we go to the text, mission 2, 2 is barter, learn research, and focus expanding / economy. So again, this is just reiterating the importance of what we've learned before. Mission 3 is a little bit more of a hassle. My goodness, my allergies are, like, suddenly very bad. I may need to go, like, wash my face or something. Shinshi tutorial. So this one is set up, like, very, very specifically. Notice that they can walk this way. They can train another warrior if they want. They can continue to go this way. But this is so that way they can learn, like... that they can move onto mountains with the proper technology, and mountains gives them a lot of vision. Are you going to send these maps to Mijiwan? I will actually be sending these to Mijiwan. But also, each of these are specifically set up, so that way they, again, like, focus on what they learned previously. Pick up the fruit. Heck, we can have them explore. Go the unoptimal way. It's fine. But now they're also learning about lighthouses that are in the corners of the maps. And multiple of these cities can level up pretty well. Hunt. Resources, sure, we'll do that. Fruit. Workshop. And the objective on this map is to be the last player standing, or to have the highest score after, let's say, like 20 days? This way the player learns a little bit more about, like, how to focus things. So the player in this instance does not have access to archery, forestry, writing, farming, strategy. They don't have access to fishing or meditation, in theory. But they can... by picking up these ruins, get the mining technology. It's like we go there, trainer warrior. So there's nothing else we can do. We pass this turn. And look at that! We researched the mining technology with the ruin. Awesome. You know what I could do? I could also put some metal here, but I don't think I want to confuse the player with that. So they can build a mine, explore. And then at this point, we're able to find the opponent, and barely is unable to get that. Resources. Mine. We'll just train a warrior. So there's... once you have hunting, org, climbing, and mining, there's no other techs that we can pick up at this current point of time. One, two, three. Resources. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can do a border growth here, because why not? I can get a mine. I can go hunting, and that's it. This, in theory, I would want these ruins to be able to give very specific stuff, and I would be wanting this ruin to specifically give out, a swordsman, as well as having another swordsman, but essentially you'd be moving forward slowly. Oumaji, I would want to have only training riders, and that area is infested with forests and mountains, so even though they have riders, they're moving very slowly, and your warriors will have an advantage over them. It's like we can go ahead and... Shinchi... Don't worry about any there. Ruin. Boom. You know, something like that. So even though this one specifically would give mining, and then these two I want to give a swordsman, just so that way if they are unable to get this final lighthouse, they are still able to have units to have an advantage against riders on mountains or riders on forests, which would be just swordsmen. And this is heavily Shinshi favored. So that is that. The size of this map is... Oh, I forget. .12 by 12. So the next map, every single one of these maps is going to be just a little bit larger. So the next one is Oumaji, the last of the free-to-play tribes. That doesn't mean that that's going to be the last of the campaign that the players would have access to. The purpose is to use each of the tribes to also teach the player like how a mechanic works, and each tribe already has that mechanic unlocked. Let's go over our notes. So 3... Shinshi. Teach exploration. Teach exploration. Lighthouses. And let player experiment with combat. And the importance of that equally... Boom. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to resize this map. It's going to be 13 by 13. Ocean for Oumaji. And pretty much from this point on... Who knows? Pretty much from this point onwards, every single map is essentially going to be... now the player is fighting against other tribes. The first two is a very controlled environment where they have absolutely no pressure. The third one is set up so that way they should win in any given scenario. But, in theory, but like they could still not do super well and get the feedback that, hey, yeah, you didn't fight Oumaji very well. You should have done better. Alright, Oumaji. So... 04. Cancel. It is no semicolon. 04 Oumaji tutorial. 04 Oumaji tutorial. And every single one of these is going to get a little bit more complicated every single time. Oh my goodness. Specifically to, I honestly might just need to step to the side and take a shower. Because I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty miserable right now. So... here's what we would want to do, is set this up in a way to reward the player and teach them how to successfully use certain use the tribes, but we're also going to have them learn like how riders work, as well as, you know, something like this. Remember, everything is always subject to change, and this is all my interpretation on how I would do things. So we're just I'm gonna put this here first, on a field right there. My goal is I want the player to be moving their rider to this spot on the, first turn. How do we do that? Well, we can easily let them learn about, you know, how they can, place their things. We need this city on one of these two tiles. I'm going to go ahead and place this city over here. You know, something like that. And... so by doing this, we encourage the player. Hey, you're gonna go here and collect this ruin. Because all the places that this rider can go in fact, we're going to go ahead and place another mountain here. Because by doing this, we make it to where, even if we open up the rest of these tiles, like so, the furthest that they can move to is going to be to this ruin right here. Because these forests are blocking off the path forward. So that way they can sort of learn how to move a unit forward even faster. And then this will also give them the lighthouse, so that way they can also see that, hey, the corner's not always going to be like this, and they'll be able to pick up something like that. That'll be a little nice. Next, we need some resources. Place a couple of wild animals. Place one like right here and right here. We're also going to place a couple of fruit on these two tiles right here. So that is currently 4 population they would get. This one would be giving them a 5th. We're not going to be changing any tiles, but we're going to go ahead and place some gold onto this tile up here. That'll give the player a decent amount of resources that they get to interact with. So on and so forth. But what we really want to do is... let's look at... I'm going to go ahead and save. We're going to go ahead and exit to menu. New game. Creative. Oumaji. 0 opponents. We're just going to put it on the Oumaji tutorial. It should not crash. Awesome. See? So, like, this is the starting space we get to see. And notice that they are able to move pretty much all the way over here just fine. And at this point, they should know that these ruins are nice. They give them, you know, they give them resources. They get to this corner, and again, they are reinstated once again that, hey, there are lighthouses here at the corner. So they have now learned just a couple of things with this. Is A, riders move very fast. B, lighthouses don't have to be only in the water based off of what I've been setting up previously. But for some reason, the player's not able to move through these trees. So we're also going to be setting the map up so that way they learn that, hey, despite, you know, having these fast units, they kind of have to move slow through a couple of these tiles, depending on how you want to do things. Why do I have 6 stars? Oh, right, the change for Oumaji. But more importantly, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take a screenshot. Perfect. We're going to go... again, we're going to go to new. Reset, okay, boom. Add. So, if we go ahead and head over to our art program, we're going to go ahead and just grab black. I need shrubbery, my nemesis, right? We're going to go ahead and color in everything that they do not have access to. They do not have access to roads. Why? Because Yadak is going to be giving them roads. So we will not be doing that. They will not be getting access to smithery. Why? Because... Venger is going to be giving them access to smithery. When we get to the Venger tutorial, they will not be getting access to strategy because Quetzali specifically will be teaching them about the strategy tech, which instantly cuts us off of the diplomacy tech. So we don't have access to this. We will not be learning the farming technology, and of course, in correlation, we will not be learning construction, specifically because we'll be learning those techs when we get to Zabazi. It was nice talking to you. Good luck. Yeah, you take care. We will not be learning Free Spirit. Free Spirit makes no sense to a new player. There's no reason you should be getting rid of your troops and selling them. And Chivalry will be on a later mission. We will not be learning Archery. And as well, we will not be learning Spiritualism. This is not the correct tribe to be learning Forestry. We will not be learning meditation. That is going to be IMO. Also in hand, we will not be learning philosophy. And we are not on Kiku yet, which means we have not learned about fishing. So if you're noticing, you know, the map of this, for what technologies we have access to, is very small. So the only question is do we want the player to potentially learn about free spirit and chivalry? While that would be interesting, I want them to mostly learn about the rider unit, and that is it. So this is the only technologies that we have. Oh wait, no, we don't have access to fishing. Boom. So, like, this is our tech web right now. Not a lot, but we can do a decent amount with it, because we're going to be learning. If we go to the text. Oops, I put down number 2 a second time. Alrighty, we're going to be learning Oumaji. Teach riders rough terrain. Riders and rough terrain. Because rough terrain is kind of a big deal. So there you go. So we'll be Oumaji specifically going to be teaching us riders and how rough terrain works. So if we switch back over to Polytopia, we don't have a lot that we're going to be working with. Like, oops, cancel. Like, this is our tech web. No, stop double clicking it, please. So what can we do in order to help guide the player to learn and experiment with rough terrain? Is A, we also want to support the player if they decide to pick up climbing to discover other villages. This drawer just started opening up. We want them to be able to race out as quickly as possible and discover the other villages. How are we going to be doing that? First off, we're just going to remove extra resources, add a field. We're going to go ahead and anything around this mountain right here. We're going to go ahead and boom, add a village there. And perhaps a village there? Where they're a little bit further apart, but technically still within a reasonable distance. You know what? We're gonna remove. We're gonna have this village be right there. And do something like that. Let's add a couple of forests again. I specifically just want to put a forest here just to be annoying. Like, maybe just a couple of forests here and here. Or maybe that's too many. Because, in order to do that, if we set it up just like so, whenever they move to this tile, if they're wanting to get all the way over here, they have to make it in 2 movements. They can't do it in 1. So the purpose is to teach them about, hey, this terrain is slowing you down. Also, I don't want them to feel like going this way was only the wrong direction, because then they can go 2, 3, and then 4. And I don't want them to feel like they should always be going with climbing, but climbing does give them the extra vision. But what I do want them to get is, if they go here to find the extra village, that's going to be somewhere in this area. So let's go ahead and get that mapped out. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, brr. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and add ourselves the city. City can go right there. Forests can go right there. Or what I could do to be like extra annoying is put like water here. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, just put some shallow water right there, I guess. Well, I guess it won't be shallow water, not until we specifically get to Kiku, which should definitely be the next tribe. To teach, so that way they could be picking up fishing and learning that there's a lot more that they can do. But what is going to be the goal of this map, besides learn how fast riders can move, is we really want them to feel good about having these fast rider units. So one thing I can easily do is we could put like just a mountain here. By doing so, it allows them to move all the way up onto this mountain and then get a whole bunch of vision and then go even further. Push beyond their limits, plus ultra. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do, is open up this field and then just have all of the space out over here. Because each of these, again, needs to be serving a very specific purpose. But I also want to make sure that the player is... You know, we could do something like that and that or that. I don't want them to feel like they have to, that they're unable to pick up a tech that they feel like they should be getting. Again, we want these to be able to get to an adequate level. You know, two metals right there. Do something like that. Get ourselves some fruits on an open field. What level do I want this city to be able to get to? How about we make it to where this city can do a border growth and potentially get a giant? That would probably be nice. Right? So we could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these 5 gets to the level 3. This gets it to level 4. So that way they could do a border growth. And then we specifically are going to be needing 1, 2, 3, and then let's get that metal. Boom. You know, something like that. Maybe that's a little too much. fruit. We could do something like that and that. Maybe something like that. I think it's a little too much. Tree resource. We can remove that. Yeah, I don't want that to be there. And maybe remove that. Yeah, that'll be a lot better. Save. There's a couple of other things I still want to do. I still want the player to feel like picking up climbing does help. So we're going to be putting this mountain here, again, specifically to be able to get... is what is going to be needed in order to get this, lighthouse. Right over there. And perhaps we need one more village, like right here. Because we could also kind of subtly teach the player about learning how to read for villages. Ah! Boom. But now we also need to decide, like, what? Will the player also be listening to Frostpunk during the campaign? No. I should hopefully have all the lo-fi beats here updated. There we go. Now, with the resources that we've given the player access to, and by access to, I'm talking these, we are very limited on how we could potentially give players a higher level city. Of course, we still have the killer monument that can give them 3 pops. That's a thing that I think is just always going to be there, where, hey, look, you got kills, take the killer monument. That's really basically it. If we count how many pops are available in the capital, we got these 4 right here, plus 2, so that's 6. That's technically enough for them to get the level 3 city. And with how this is set up, we're specifically going to be giving them this southern lighthouse. So really, they only need 2 techs. And then they're halfway to leveling up again. But they can get a lighthouse here. They can get another lighthouse. But where are they getting the remainder? Maybe from the killer monument. I could also choose to make it to where they can get a giant. Yeah, you know, we should. Five, 6, 7, 8. 'Cause I need like 1 extra. And I can easily do that with like a wild animal over. Ah! with a wild animal over here. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That does get them to one level higher. Well, I need to ignore this one. 5 gets here. 6, 7, 8. I need the Northern Lighthouse to be acquired here. 9 in order for them to potentially get a border growth. Like something like that. That could get them a giant. Math. Because even though I can also give them, you know, this lighthouse over here. Five. And then, so I really just need 4 more. So 6, 7, 8. And then one of these 2 lighthouses. 8, 9. Maybe I should allow them to then get this one with climbing. I could do something like this. And I don't want these cities all the way over here to level up super high, but I do want the player to have access to giants at this point. Because, you know, if they're struggling, they should be able to get giants and close out whatever it is that's going on. But I guess the real question is, what's the opposing tribe? It could be Kiku. It could honestly just be Kiku. Because if Kiku's going to be the next tribe they're going to be playing as... Maybe it should be Kiku. Because, like, here's what I could do with Kiku is... You know, again, just place that there. Ah! Set capital for player 1. Set capital for player 2. But where would we be getting the ruin from? I could do something like this. No. Remove. Want to make sure to not accidentally give the player access to water. This ruin would be... I would want it to give an explorer, but statistically it never could. So, what could it give? Stars? Have this ruin just be a star ruin for the player? That way they get a production bonus and they're able to pick up multiple techs? That's probably a good idea. Because I kind of also want each map to kind of have like a little bonus. Like... on the second map, you're able to pick up climbing through ruins. Let's see if we do something like, you know, like this, where... Oumaji, get ourselves some more mountains. We have this little passageway right here. Move. There you go. Maybe something like this. A rough sketch? And then make this the capital for player 2. No longer a capital. Boom. We need even more mountains. Could have like a couple right here. I need to, for Oumaji, forest. Have like a forest there, but allow the player to run around really fast. What about as Kiku? You know, something like that. There we go. So, very, very quick rough sketch. Now, honestly, just need the ruin. Maybe. You know what? Yeah, we'll have that ruin rule. Maybe we should actually put it over there. And then just have a field with no improvements. Just remove that. Have a bigger forest. So this ruin here specifically would be giving fishing. So that way, if the player wanted to, they could experiment with the fishing mechanic, but notice like this is completely just for them to experiment with. The main objective is for them to be able to use their riders, swarm around north, and hopefully win the game very quickly. I do need... You know what? We're gonna... Field... Right, fruit... You know, something like this. Add a little bit of metal. Like right there, mostly for the players. So if the player gets there, they can level this up. But our main objective is to switch back to Oumaji. Wild animal on this forest. Get ourselves some fruit. Again, this is just going to be able to level up to level 3. You know what? No resources here. This one I want to just be able to level up once. Once? We'll add a fruit. So the bonus thing is they can pick up fishing and go all the way around. Let's also... Mountain, no resources, ruin. So this is supposed to be a swordsman. But with all the resources that the player has, the player's gonna have access to 4 cities, and the AI's really only gonna have access to these 2. So... in theory, this should work the way I want it to. So as a reminder, these are the only resources, or the only text that the player can actively research on this map. Is these 5. They can pick up fishing. We're gonna disable that. We're gonna enable Kiku. Domination, 1 opponent, easy for the Oumaji tutorial. Right over here, they could just go straight to here. They pick up a tech. We're gonna pretend this gives it Explore. Shame. But what I can do is we can go out here and see, oh, look at all that. But they can't get all the way over there. So they kind of have to just work their way around. There's a ruin right there. And at this point, hopefully the player is able to figure out that they should be picking up the organization technology. Fruit. We're going to get ourselves a workshop. Move them there, move them there. What if I get an Explore? What do we find? Alright, it goes for this lighthouse first, just because of the rules. And then we were able to find Kiku. Fruit. 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 Resources. And... we're gonna go ahead and grab a rider here. Kind of just move this on forward. Just for a little bit of silliness, we're gonna go ahead and disband the swordsman. So if I go here, we're able to see there's a ruin all the way over there, and it's behind their little village. What if I go over to here? We could go to this village right here, grab this fruit, resources, and when I pick this one up, we get fishing! See? Fishing. So if they want to, like, look at it and read it, we're not going to be giving them access to aquatism, ramming, sailing, or navigation. Only fishing. So no combat ships. Alright, grab this workshop. But they can put a port here. Fruit. We can explore. Look at that. Perfect square. Eye of God. We can do a border growth. And we can sneak around and get the swordsman that's going to be from this ruin back here. But at this point, the player should hopefully start being able to see like how much faster their riders are and how much of a benefit it is. We're going to go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4. Do a border growth so we can fully level up this city as well. Again, we're also trying to teach the player how to Again, we're going to go back here and grab the swordsman. And grab hunting. So at this point, except for free spirit, we did that just to get rid of that veteran swordsman we were not supposed to have. But this is all the text you would get. These, you know, you start off with writing. You can research these 4. And fishing, you only can get by collecting this ruin right over here. At this point, we can also go ahead and 1, 2, 3, level this up, do what we want with it. Move it on over to here. Of course, the easy AI is, like, really dumb. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. We can start picking up giants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get ourselves a giant. Like, these are the only places where we can really get giants at this point. If for some reason they didn't go around here, you could do an explorer in order to get this lighthouse over here. It is more than likely unnecessary. Go ahead and start moving everything forward. Because remember, at this point, we want the player to be able to go, okay, I need you to now win the game. They only get one city that has even a little bit of water access. Everything else, nope. No can do. And that would be the 4th mission, is they're able to learn quite a bit from that. We did in 16 turns. Not too bad. Yeah, so Oumaji, learn riders, rough terrain. I also need to write down bonus. Bonus is fishing. There we go. So that's what I would be doing for the 4th mission. Now, that being said, when you go to the base game, there are only 4 tribes available to the player when they pick up Polytopia. It's these 4: Shinshi, Imperious, Barter, Oumaji. We very strategically made sure that those are the first tribes that the player has access to in the campaign, so that way they are more familiar with it. Because it would make no sense from a player's point of view that there are these 4 tribes and you get Imperious, Barter, Shinshi, Imo next, Quetzali, Venger, Luxador, Kiku, Symanti, Polaris, Ilarion, then Oumaji. No. Like, they're sitting here going like, how do I play Oumaji? Like, it's really, I mean, we understand that it's pretty darn simple. There we go. So the next one would be bringing us straight to Kiku. Boom. So, when we are looking at Kiku, we need to have the player to be able to understand like how fishing works and how to navigate through water. So for Kiku specifically, we're about to be on a very... I can't find... there it is. They're about to be on a very water-focused map. So they now have access to fishing. But we need to be kind of subtle about teaching all the mechanics. There are no other tribes that's going to be able to confidently teach the player how to do any of these other aquatic mechanics. So we're about to be learning fishing, sailing, navigation, ramming, and aquatism, really all in one mission. But both the ramming and sailing tech should be not mandatory. They should be, for the most part, learning fishing, and the rest of these is also going to be from ruins. Railing, sailing, navigation, and aquatism. So again, notice, like, we're about to really open up this tech web, but you really can't do too much more of this without having these techs. There's no other tribe that would be better about learning these techs than... I mean, maybe. We could... You know what? What we could do is... we can give them a rammer, but we don't give them the rammer tech. You know, same thing that we give them, and I definitely don't want to be giving them navigation right out of the gates. So the stretch is sailing. We could easily do that. Because the next map size is going to be 14 by 14. Every single one of these is just a little bit larger. Choose map. Well, first what we're going to do is we're going to save. Maps. Deleted. Rename. Set. Save. Deleted. I'm just going to Alt F4 this. We're going to close it and reopen it, just to see if it fixed the map icon. We should give them a taste about how rammers work and that they're really, really good against scouts, but choose map. Yeah, look at that. So we've got a much larger map. Every single time, this is just going to be one larger. Oops. Resize map. The last one was 13. This one's going to be 14 by 14. And it's starting to get a little bigger. Kiku. A bit decent bit larger. We're going to start off on 05 Kiku tutorial set. as a reminder... Oh! I was not having Polytopia open at the time. There you go. It's open now. Since when was there a custom map editor? I haven't played in a hot minute. This is a mod, so none of this is official, but I've been saying that this game really needs a campaign. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to actually make, like, a fully fledged campaign for the game that you guys can play and get the exact experience that I say should be done. But what I can do is create an example of what I would be doing in order to try to create this best experience. I'm now on mission number 5. The tech web is going to be looking like this. While I say the tech web is going to be looking like this, the sailing tech is going to be through research. So you won't be able to research sailing, you have to find it in a ruin. Now, every single time we've done any one of these missions, we've done Imperius, we start off here and we expand upwards. Barter tutorial, we start down here, we wrap all the way around, and they're able to just take their time to learn the map. Shinshi, you start off again here in the south, and then you move on upwards. I could continue to do a similar thing, like Oumaji, we start off down here, and then again, they work their way in a counterclockwise sort of fashion. May want to consider trying doing something new for Kiku. In order to make it feel a little bit fresh. Where would be the best place to put them? I mean, I could just do the exact same thing. I think what I want to do is have them start off kind of doing something similar. We're going to have them start off here in the east, and then they're going to wrap around the map and explore it. This is going to be a more water-focused map. So, like, I need them to start off here. And at this point, of course, we need them to start off with their fishing. Resources, and I just want this part completely blocked off because our main objective here is for them to be able to use the boat to get this lighthouse, quite simply. So again, just for them to learn that there are more ways to collect the lighthouses, but I still want them to more or less use the multiple texts that they've been learning and acquiring throughout this entire campaign in order to expand and grow. But I want them to be required to use sailing in order to move off the island, right? We need to set this up very similar to Archipelago. But if I try to have them, we go ahead and switch to my drawing tool. If we have it to where they can just go directly here, they're going to be very limited on which way they can explore. So the main reason why all these missions kind of follow like a large little like clockwise or counterclockwise method is I'm able to use this limited map space and kind of make it feel bigger by having to wrap around something. Though Kiku is about to make it to where we can't quite do that anymore. We also got to be very careful about when to give the Kiku the sailing tech, because remember, the sailing tech is what allows the player to go onto ocean tiles, and that's going to completely open up the entire map. Which, it's fine for them to be able to, you know, pick this up. In fact, what we can do is make it to where there is an island all the way. You know what, like a Venger Island, why not? Field. You know, we could do something like this. We could be very, evil like this. A dev should make it so a map has multiple win conditions, like 1, defeat all opponents, or 2, make 20 stars per turn. I mean, that's kind of how Glory is. If you defeat all your opponents in Glory mode, instead of reaching the score, well, then you just win. So, that technically exists. There we go. So you gotta make sure that if they get to the city, that they can still get off the city just fine. The second thing I need to be careful about is I want to make sure that since the stretch goal of this map is to have it where they can pick up sailing and then find this bit of area right over here. And then, heck, we can give them some ruins to go, hey, you found, congratulations, you found me! Brave adventurers! We could do something like give them a couple of swordsmen here. And then do what we can to make this, you know, city here feel kind of dead. So resources-wise, this city here is not going to give any resources. I specifically want this to feel like a dead city. The player is unable, with the technologies that we are giving them access to even level this up to level 2. We're gonna go back to Kiku. Choose a city. Forest. We're gonna give them a couple of wild animals. Maybe not 2 wild animals, maybe just 1. And then same thing about fruit is we'll give them 1 fruit. And then we'll give them the crops just to make the place look a little bit more alive. Again, they can't research the crops, but I want the place to look very abundant. Like so. So they can get 1, 2, with the fishing ports 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they'll be able to level this city up. They'll be able to level it up just fine. So what would be the next best tribe to give them access to? Because honestly, let's also fix our notes right over here in the large text. Bonus fishing, 5. Kiku. Teach water. And ports needed. Bonus is, in this case, sailing. So we're going to be at the point where we want to encourage the players. Sailing and vet rammer. So those are the 2 bonuses you'll be able to pick up on this map. But the real question is what's going to be the next one? Because I've got a couple of good choices. If we look at Zabazi, I could do Zabazi, but I kind of feel like I have 2 priorities over this. We're going to go ahead and hide Polytopia so we get back to... And create a new layer. So we could go roads. Roads would make it where I don't have to make every single sailing map impossible to connect. Or I could give archery. And by doing archery, we would also have the stretch goal of giving them access to at least forestry. Because what would be the next better tribe to give access to mathematics, right? And of course, the real question is what tribe is going to give you spiritualism? Because it's not going to be climbing. It's not going to be IMO. Hoodrick, since we already have barter here. Yeah, we already have barter. Because I wanted to give them access to another very simple resource. This one's a stretch. Like, a couple of these texts really need to be for the very, very end. Like, I don't think any tribe really needs to learn about spiritualism until we get to maybe, like, Luxador. Because let's go over what tribes would be getting what. We have Zabazi. That also is then going to naturally lead to the next tribe. We have Quetzali. That will then lead to their own tech. We have Venger. We have Imo. That also would lead to meditation. We have Yadak. That could also lead into trade. Yo, do you know Day 9? I do. His and your approaches on game design are quite similar. Good stuff. I mean, I hope I have a solid idea about game design. I went to college for this. But I do like Day 9. Day 9's amazing. We have Hoodrick. But I don't think Hoodrick leads to spiritualism. That's a trap. No, Hoodrick actually leads to forestry. We got Lux. Who else am I missing? Because this is telling me I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7 tribes left, but I'm only on mission 5 of 12. Actually, that's correct. This is mission 5 of 12, so... How's it going, Natok? Because we can naturally go here. This could go here, here, here. The sad thing is, what learns spiritualism? What tribe needs spiritualism? I honestly would have no idea what tribe would be wanting to pick up spiritualism. But just other tribes that have water access, they can... Like, Luxador could pick up the very expensive stuff, because Luxador is supposed to be the rich tribe, right? So why don't we have Luxador? Lux. But also, Luxador is very specifically going to be giving us the really, really rich navigation. Because it's supposed to be very, very expensive. We'll also have Luxador go with Free Spirit and Chivalry. Because what I'm probably saying this is, I think Luxador is going to be the last tribe for the base. Good man, got back from the gym and have your stream in the background while eating your soy protein slop. I cannot pronounce that. I've never seen spirulina. I'm assuming that's going to be also something, but like, even then, even with this, what learns spiritualism? I honestly have no idea what tribe would be the best to teach spiritualism with. I think this is going to be 3 techs here. This is going to be 2 techs. This is going to be 2 techs. 2, 1. Luxador is the rest. So by this logic, for going from the most difficult to complex, of kind of try to introduce everything one at a time, Yadak should be the next tribe. I support your approach. Is what game needs for new players. Yes. Illyrion, but it's a special tribe. Yeah, so I do plan on making campaigns including the special tribes. But those should be teaching the special tribe mechanics, not, oh, by the way, this one's good for Illyrion. Like, we need to be able to have a situation where the player would want to be using spiritualism. Which, I don't know. But from this chart here, next one's going to be Yadak. So, we're going to make this with Yadak in mind, where we're going to be teaching the player about roads. So we're going to be having a ton of rough terrain in the Yadak map, but that's not what this map is about. This map is specifically going to be teaching... Where is it? Yadak. Oh, noes! We don't want Yadak to be, like, right there. Be able to, get a little bit of access. But I don't want to be giving Yadak any access to the water on their... Oh, noes! I don't want to give them any access to the water from their capital. But I do want Yadak to have some form of water access. So, like, for instance... I could do something like this, where... no, wrong. Well, almost. Because we don't want the player to be able to get to here. I also don't want the AI to be able to get to there. But this will allow us to start drawing nicer maps that actually better reflect Polytopia and how it's supposed to be built. If we go to the city... Boom. Like, right over here. But... I do need... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter how far it is for Yadak to get to their destination. Set capital for player 1. Fantastic. We could do something a little interesting like this, but more or less, the AI, even if I give them enough resources to level this city all the way up, I don't want the AI getting onto the water from this city. I only want the AI getting onto the water from this city here. And with this setup that I've currently got right now, this city can get to level 3 and get city walls, which is not what we want at all. That would be frustrating. So there we go. That has made... This is a minor fix to this. Because if anything, 1, 2, 3, road connection 4. Maxed out for... This is the max I want for that. That means the rest of this really just needs to be... You know what, we're going to place another ruin over here. And this ruin specifically would be to get a rammer. Dude, I want Artosis to stream Polytopia. I think it would be a great boost. Shoot, Artosis. I know who he is. Artosis. I know it's StarCraft. Yes. Yep. I don't think he's the kind of person that would, though. He's streaming Brood War still and gets good views. I mean, yeah, because StarCraft is still very popular to this day for a reason. It's got a campaign that's also acts as a tutorial, so anybody can play it. Just saying. Okay. But anywho, I'm getting sidetracked. Back to Kiku. We need some... Some land like right here. I'm not saying it's going to be set up exactly like this, but we're just going to draw this out assuming it is. Specifically because this way the player, without needing... wrong tab. To be able to get this lighthouse... But I also want them to be able to expand here without sailing. That is important. Also, notice that even if they go around over here, they cannot get to the opponent. I need that to wait a little bit. We do want the player to have a natural connection here. So what are we wanting? I want the player to be able to get to them from about here-ish and about here-ish. So I need the sailing ruins located roughly here. So let's just... We're going to put it on land. And... You know, we could do something like that. And I specifically would want it to be like that. So that way you can see... that right there. The next thing we would want is for the player to bring their unit back and go, oh, okay, I want them to get onto the water, right? So we specifically need a city right here. You know, something like this. Now notice, we're being very careful about how we are giving the player all of their resources. For the most part, this lighthouse is completely inaccessible to the player until they've essentially won the game. So, and until they've at least gotten all the way to the AI. You know what? We're also going to go ahead and go to Yadak. We're just going to make another mountain like right here. Like so. Now, what level do I want the AI to be able to get to? I want them to not get a giant. We still want the player to be the one able to take care of all that. In fact, we're going to go ahead and add a little bit of water right there. Nope, that's a mistake. So I was originally saying I wanted them to pelt after this city. No, I want this city to have no water access. This city's the one that should have water access. But we got so much space for the player to be able to get here. So we got vinegar here. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. There we go. So 2 ruins. This is specifically for a swordsman. This one is specifically for a rammer, a veteran rammer, so that way the player has a power boost to be able to go after the AI. This ruin is specifically going to be giving the player access to sailing, so that way they can sort of, you know, go across and experiment with that. Now, with that being said, I do want, you know, access kind of here and here. Meaning we really need to make sure what if we put a mountain like here, just so the player can kind of see it? You know, something like this. This is not the way I'm actually going to be setting it up. That's a little gross, but we are... Yep, that's not needed. That's just so that way they have a little bit of an extra thing that they can do. Again, we're not going to be putting any resources onto this city over here. What I will go ahead and do is give it an extra forest, like here and here. Yeah, why not? Just because. Even though the AI may end up using them, it's fine. Not the end of the world. We're going to go ahead and erase these lines. But with this, we now have exactly what I am looking for, is we have a way for the player to get to the AI only with the fishing technology, so they can get to the AI. That is important for this entire setup. However, if the player does choose to go over here and collect this ruin and get access to the sailing technology, they can sail across here, as well as here, to get themselves a little bit of an advantage. Makes them feel smart. You want that. Players like feeling smart, going, ha 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 ha! I found this secret! And this secret made it to where I was able to get across the map in such a good way. I was such a good player at video games. And then they're very happy and they continue playing. We do, however, want this ruin to be kind of out of the way, so we're gonna go ahead and put 2 mountains like there and there, so they will also then learn that, hey, they're not gonna be able to get their units from here to here very easily. They either would need to grab the climbing technology, so learning that there may be some tech requirements, whereas over here, optional here, optional here, optional here. Once they grab this, it is a requirement for them to be able to get their unit back, or it is stuck. And I think it's fine to start teaching the player about looking out for that in the nearby future. What we do also want to be doing is guiding the player to wherever their next destination is. How are we doing that? Fishing! We're going to be giving the player another village that already has more fish, like right here. Boom! We're going to go ahead and just save that. Doesn't that look beautiful? Again, all of these missions we are trying to... These missions, we're trying to have the player to be able to learn everything, and then they have a little bit of an obstacle that's in the way. With this, the player should be getting about these 3, whereas the opponent is going to be getting these 2. Heck, the player could, in theory, still rush forward. You know what we're going to do? We're going to... Yeah, we'll just let that happen. Because if the player ends up just rushing to it, maybe it's fine. Tell you what. We're gonna... No! Not that! Remove it. I am the map maker, and I get to break some rules if I deem it necessary. And we are gonna break the rules. We're gonna make it to where there's just deep water right over there. So this way, the player can't just immediately rush straight to the opponent. I do want them kind of going here or here, because that is blocked off unless they pick up the sailing technology. So I don't think that this map should just be... Or... A new player's not going to find that, right? No, I really need to make sure that they can access everything reasonably fine. So we're just going to break the rule literally with this one tile. It's fine. I do think I want for there to be a river here, but I want it to be a river, not a, not the entire map kind of blocked off. So we are going to go ahead and put all of this onto land as such. And I do also want to make sure we're not... So 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's too close. I put it like here and here. I could do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so that should now be far apart from each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's it going, Zeke? Do I just put a mountain here? Might have to just put a mountain here. Average Vinegar spawn. Well, no, there's no... Vinegar's actually not spawning on the map here. This is meant to just be ruins for the player to be able to go here, grab a swordsman, and grab a veteran rammer, and go, oh, this rammer's good, and then look forward to it on a future map. But these ruins are specifically the sailing technology, veteran swordsman, rammer, and... Uh-oh. We're gonna... maybe gonna have to break another rule on this map. I think we're gonna have to just break the rule. Either that or I need to move this village back a space. May have to. One, two, three, four, five. What I can also do is close this off. I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could do something like this. Yeah, I could do something like this. So that way... even if it's built here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they just can't reach. And I also need to make sure that the player cannot level this city up to expand the borders. So how would we expand the borders? We would expand the borders with multiple monuments. I mean, I might just have to... Yadak. Where's Yadak? Yadak. Mountain can go here. That also means that we need to get rid of this mountain here. For Venger, boom, boom. Just in case some people want to do. But actually, Toby made it to where the map doesn't connect correctly, and therefore this map is invalid, and he sucks. Like, you know, people do stuff like that. I do still kind of want to have a mountain here, and I do kind of want to have a forest, like, right here. So... this village, I think we need to make sure that it, just doesn't generate a lot of resources, to be fully honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five. So I specifically want to make sure that these the fish is on land. Do not connect and then introduce the road connections too early to the player. I don't want them to really get too confused about that. What we can do is add a field here. Resource, boom. Alrighty, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. Got a forest here. One, two, three, 4, 5. That's true. This no longer needs to be water now that I closed that bit off. This bit can be a mountain, like right here. One, 2, 3, 5. It'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right, we're good. Distance-wise, that none of these cities can create a connection with each other. They're fine. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right, we're good. So now, one, 2, 3, 4. I don't think there can be anything I could do if they, for some reason, like, max these cities out. They would have to place 2 monuments here, and not gonna lie, if the players ended up placing 2 monuments, kudos to them, I guess. So we do something like this. This way we can kind of guide the player to where we want them to go. Yeah, that works for me. Because they still don't have access to forestry, so no lumber huts. It's okay if they level up the city. I'm okay. I want them to level up the city and potentially get a giant, but then by doing that, they will potentially get these cities leveled up as well with a monument. So I gotta be a little careful with that. So maybe we make sure that this city can't grow unless it has a monument? Yeah, so if I think at this point it'll be fine. So it's man. How many pops do we have access to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over here will allow us to do a border growth. And if we do a border growth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abundance in fish. There. This way, if they do pick up climbing, they don't immediately just go, huh, where's the metal? I need metal. Because this is supposed to be about fishing. There we go. So we could try. Enable. Disable. Yadak, we're going to go ahead and enable. Kiku, we're going to go ahead and pick. We're going to play on normal difficulty. Custom. Kiku tutorial. We'll play on we'll play on easy. So fish. Fish. Workshop. So if anything, let's assume that they try to do this. Okay, you know what? That's no good. Build a port. And then if they build a port here, well, they'll learn very fast that that was really dumb. It has nowhere to go. They get the lighthouse. Go over here. Go ahead and grab this tech. Fish. Fish. Explore. Wow, one tile away. So, notice, they're too far apart from each other. They're not going to make a connection. No confusion to the player. I can put support there, though. You know what? I should have placed my unit on that mountain. Right over here. Fish. Port. If I do another explore, you know, and get this lighthouse down here. Nope, it's gonna just wander around. Hilarious. So we get to see where the opponent is. At this point, there's not a lot for us to be able to accomplish with this. The other text I can pick up is here, 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 and here. So at this point, we would have all the available technologies to us. You know, I can just harvest this fruit, hunt this animal. Still can't level it up, not without anything else. So I go here. Oops. And it gets us pops. All right, but let's pretend that we got the exact tech that we wanted. And it gave us sailing, right? Because at this point, we can now go onto the deeper water. Even if I do try to expand these. I could flood it with forests, and then the player cannot actually place anything else I don't want them to have. I could also not punish them for picking up mountains. And then just place land here and here, and then just have forests all around this. I feel like that's not what we want, though, because then that just tells the player, hey, grab climb and go around here and get this city. So hopefully at this point... Oh no, my phone's going off. Oh. Yes, slow day. Just my employees sending me the work report. Like, if we go here, we can find this other city. Ooh, doesn't that look amazing? But I cannot grab this lighthouse. And at this point, what I can do is go with just spam writers, I guess. We got more than enough resources at this point because of how everything these maps tend to go. Kind of a bad thing that they go slow to the point that they encourage you to be able to do whatever, but giving the player no pressure is also important for them in their learning experience. So we can actually just spam out all these units here. And we got a rammer! A veteran rammer! Look at that! A veteran rammer we just got. Amazing. And then we can get ourselves even more super units. Oh. So we can see a little bit of vision of our opponent. But again, the objective is to ease the player into these. Notice, my economy is honestly pretty bad. But thanks to the pacing that we give the player, we're able to allow the player to be given a very good position, so they have that time to learn and explore and figure things out. Like this case, okay, well that sucked. Giant go here, giant go oh. And we kind of just need to learn, hey, just throw everything onto the land, and we get our veteran swordsman! Yeah, should I just flood these tiles up with forests? I mean, if they expand both, then yeah. So, really, I would want to make sure that they can't expand both. What about something like that? So, this way, if they do decide to go climbing, they're not really punished for it, but they still can't get to the opponent unless... Oh, shoot. They could build a bridge here. That's a problem. I don't want them to be building a bridge. What if I allowed it? You know what? I'll allow the possibility of them building a bridge. Alright, how would you min-max this in order to expand it? Because we get 1, 2, you do not place any, and then you place 2 monuments for an additional 6. That puts it at 8. But you need 9 in order to be able to do a border growth. So honestly, this right here is exactly what I need for this village. But this would also mean that they have no ports here. So we'll have it set it like that, but that's definitely not the goal. Yeah, we're breaking the rules with this tile right here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, I need to give Yadak some more resources. Fruit. One, 2, 3, 4, and then they can get it with this lighthouse. I think it should be fine, right? Is it fine for me to do this? Would this be safe? Because max they can currently get is 6. For some reason they got the pacifist 7, 8, 9. We can remove... Remove that. Set capital for player 2. The really off chance that they build a bridge here should not happen. Could happen. One, two, three, four, five. I could place another... What? Open tile over here with the field. I could do something like that. And it's kind of empty all the way over here, so... What if we put one more ruin specifically as an explorer ruin? Right here. Just an explorer ruin. So that way if the player got there, the whole objective is the explorer ruin should, in most cases, help find the opponent. I don't see why not. But also, a star ruin here. Specifically, to draw the player to go this way first. That way they have enough to play supports and feel like that they can use their extra resources to help speed everything up. Oops. There we go. So we got multiple ruins. Everything, all these ruins do serve a purpose. It should be fine, right? The players will play Kiku or Yadak. The player on this map is playing Kiku. They're going to be starting here, and the whole purpose is to give them access to explore with the water. Yadak, if the game goes on long enough, should build a bridge here. And then the player as Kiku could end up just trying to invade on land with riders. How does the map feel when they don't go here and grab sailing, is the other question, though. Does it just feel bad? It probably does. What if We make this. No. Boom. I'm a bit worried that players won't be able to understand that you can build bridges. No. The player cannot build a bridge. Warning them about them. I'm more so thinking about if the map drags on long enough that the player should be able to see a bridge there, only being able to be built by the AI, because the AI as Yadak has access to roads. But at this point, the player does not have access to bridges, but the next campaign would be them playing as Yadak to understand about roads and all the benefits that they give. Of course, unfortunately, I have zero control over what these ruins actually spawn, but this ruin should be spawning stars in order to help boost the player's economy so they don't feel bad and they can immediately afford a fishing port and get on the water right away. This ruin all the way over here should be giving the player access to the sailing tech. This is the only way the player can get sailing tech on this map. Other than that, it's completely locked out, just like in other previous maps where they can get a different tech through ruins and kind of start playing with it a little bit early and see how it works. But the player is not required to pick up the city, and they are not allowed to, or required to go around over here. Could I do this? Probably. This should be fine. This should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm sure that the player could do a lot more, but it'll be fine. But the main idea is they should be using boats to get across the water and invade Yadak on land that way. And they have 3 cities to 4, so a whole bunch of extra units. Plus, their capital is set up so that way they can get a giant, so they can also kind of experiment with a juggernaut if they do get to that point. So, we're just going to go ahead and save, exit, and we're going to not pick up the sailing tech this time and see if I... like, how terrible it is. Kiku tutorial. Gonna pretend that we're going this way. I can grab fish. I can grab these fish. We're just gonna grab a workshop. And we got a star... Star ruin! Perfect! So we can grab this port here, go onto the water. Give them access to that. I can place a port here to get another level. Resources. Grab a warrior. Hopefully the player is learning they need units at this point. It is turn 6. I'm just going to grab these other techs. So, like, even if I try to pick these up, it's not going to do me any good. Fish. Port. Workshop. Grab ourselves another warrior. there we go. So that's something slightly different. Also, do note, if we try to pick these up, it's not going to level up any further. That's fine. Ooh, a ruin. I can go into this ruin here. Alrighty, and then we're gonna pretend that this is an explorer. We're currently 2 for 2. But I may need to pick up, well, we're gonna go here, grab this lighthouse. And I could do a border growth. And get all these fish. So I got the metropolis, but I can't level up the city any further. We can pick up climbing, writing, and mining. Those are the last texts that I can get. I can grab a writer. Fish, port, workshop, and I could place a Park of Fortune here. Resources. Heck, I can put one more if we manage to get another one, and it won't level up this city. That's important, that it doesn't level up. Get ourselves another writer. We have more than enough stars. Altar of Peace. This map's definitely a lot trickier without it. Maybe I should have this piece there. Because it'd be great to be not having to go all the way through this tiny choke point. This choke point is a little bit too narrow. Because right now with the way the map is set up, I have to pick up the sailing ruin in order to progress, and that's not the goal. The sailing ruin should be a bonus, not a requirement. Done. But don't worry, the AI is stupid, so it's able to work out anyways. Oh yeah, it'll be fine. Because even if I build a port here, we can't make connections anywhere. Yeah, we're gonna add that sea tile. That way the player has a third option to approach, because right now it's mostly just one, and it's not really good enough to approach. I would hate to be in a new player's position on this kind of map. But also notice, without sailing, they're not getting whatever is supposed to be over here. They can clearly see that there's something over here. 24 turns. That's also me knowing what I'm doing. Let's head back to the map maker. Alrighty. I think it'll be fine. But I would feel really bad for the player starting off going this way and then having their forces kind of crushed. So what I can do as a solution is make sure the player goes south and runs into this village. You could do that by just placing this tile here with a fruit. And we're gonna go ahead and grab crops, and we're just gonna place crops everywhere that we can. That's technically within 2 tile range of any of these cities. Like, that one's not. So that way, it just looks a little bit more lush. Now, of course, we know that the player's unable to pick up crops. I don't care. There you go. So I think that should be a little bit better. What I can also do is just place another mountain here. So that way there's another spot the AI could potentially build a bridge. Open fields. Open fields will be a lot better. All right. So there we go. This map, I think, is the correct amount of linear. Also, since we no longer, because we can't build a bridge here, so it only can go south from here, we can actually get rid of this tile right here. So that way the player is forced to go into the water and then starts interacting with the map that way. What rules are we breaking on this map? A, we're not building off of everything we've learned from prior tutorials. We have nothing to do with mining. We have nothing. This map doesn't really like riders that much. So what I could do to try to amend that, so that way the opponent or the player has a way to use riders, is we could still put one tile here, and then suddenly this entire map is, you can use riders at least to push through land right here. And then you have 3 ways to go. You have water here, you have water here, and you have water here. And that's not including the potential of sailing to go around here or even over here to the east of the capital. Alright, so that's doing a lot better. We are also reminding the player to pick up other technologies, but we really want the player to be focusing more so on fishing and getting onto the water. Both of these specifically are made so it's really difficult to actually level up the city to level 4, so that way they can't do some weird shenanigans, create road connections, and make stuff that I'm not wanting the player to be able to do. I'm gonna add another mountain right here. Just cause. That way I can then add a water tile there. And then there's a lot more flexibility. Now that I went ahead and closed this off, so that way we are guiding the player exactly where I need them to go. They are required to go into the water through the ports right here, which then naturally brings them over to this village right over here. And from then on, they have multiple different ways to tackle this map. Those multiple ways, of course, include you know what, if I get rid of this, we can actually place a crop there. Because one, best case scenario, they place a monument here and here, which gets them to 7. We can do an animal like right here to bring it to like 8. 1. I guess technically the player could, there we go, that'll be a little better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. There you go. Just a little bit. That way these two can't. But also both of these villages can be used to mass produce riders, which can force their way forward through here. So that way the player has another way to engage and attack with this map. In fact, we're actually gonna go back to Yadak here. Forest, boom. Open field. How about a couple of crops? There we go. Somewhat decorated. So the flow of this map, I wanted to simply start off with player is they can start off to get extra stars through this ruin right over here, but for the most part they need to be going onto the water, which will naturally bring them either to this village here or much further to this village right here. That is step number 1. Get them onto the water. Step 2. Every single tech that they have access to is... And Anton, how's it going? So these are the techs that the player has access to. They have writing, 2 pop techs, or technically 3 pop techs with hunting, org, and mining, but we're not wanting the player to focus too much on mining. I want the player to have their resources reserved specifically for the potential of getting scouts, because they can't research sailing on this map, or at least in theory they can't with how I would want it set up. This ruin here will specifically be giving the player sailing. This is a bonus objective that is not required for the player to end the map. How can the player attack this map? The player can go through water here, 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 around over here, even over to here. They've got a lot of different ways to just land units. Also, we have access to riding. So the player can go with riders and move faster through this terrain to also use the tech that they used and practiced on the previous map. If the player does go with climbing, they'll be able to see that the enemy territory is right over here. If they, for some reason, manage to move... Oh my gosh. If they manage to move their unit all the way over here, they'll see a little bit of the enemy territory and get an idea of where to go. Climbing will also be required to get their unit off of this ruin if they do pick up sailing. If they do pick up sailing, it unlocks the ability for them to be able to go and capture this extra village over here. This village has a veteran swordsman and a veteran rammer to make it a lot easier for them to attack against the Yadak player, rewarding exploration. But also climbing will be required in order to pick up this lighthouse all the way in the back over here. This ruin here would specifically be an explorer. Now, worst case scenario, the explorer goes backwards, but in theory, the explorer should be going north every time in order to find Yadak and give the player vision of the Yadak player over there. So we've got multiple ways for the player to tackle this map, and we're starting to have a better sense of where this campaign really should be going in regards for giving the player access to new techs, but also trying to give the player some challenges for them to choose how they best want to overcome it. Now, every single tutorial we will play, the map is going to be slightly bigger every single time. This map here is 14 by 14. Notice this one's actually starting to be a little bit big. But we did have one challenge I wanted to knock out really quickly, is I don't want the player making road connections with these villages here. So that's why the villages are kind of sparse and not super interconnected. So they can't accidentally create a trade network between their villages. But the they will still be able to place support here. They'll be able to place support here. They'll be able to place support here, over here, and be able to use the water units to their heart's content. So this one, I think, should play pretty well. We are getting to the point where these campaigns are no longer very one-dimensional. And that's really going to be the main challenge of each of these campaigns from this point onwards, is every single mission should always be building up on the knowledge that the player has picked up on the previous objectives. If you teach the player something and immediately disregard it and throw it out the window, the player is not going to have the opportunity to practice said new mechanic, and they're going to completely forget it. But that is also why specifically we have these open paths all the way here, and this open path all the way here is so players can play with riders if they so desire. Well, I've been out of the loop for a while, but the map maker looks insane. Any word, the ability to place units? Nope. I am contacting the mod makers of this, but unfortunately, this one musical piece is a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn that down. Yeah. I have submitted feedback to the map makers, and unfortunately every single time I talk to them they kind of just go and then that's it. But I have, because they're like, you want a scenario editor? Like, technically yes, that is what I'm wanting, but also you could be making interesting maps with pre-deployed units and other stuff like that, so don't hold your breath. What I will be doing when I'm finished with all these and then polishing it, I am going to be using YouTube, video editing magic to specifically show like what each ruin would be giving in the campaign by just honestly replaying every single mission over and over and over again in order to sort of show like what an actual playthrough of the map would be, which is going to be a little tricky because like this map here has 5 ruins, and I'm not going to be able to restart the map over and over and over again to get exactly what I wanted. Now, the last playtest I did, this did give me stars, this did give me an explorer, but this did not give me the veteran rammer, this did not give me the veteran swordsman, and I didn't even bother to test if this would have given me sailing, but the chance of that consistently giving sailing is slim to none. But that is going to be this is mission number 5 when it comes to how I would be approaching the campaign. So let's go ahead and play it one more time, I guess. We're going to go ahead and save. Exit to menu. Creative. Playing as Kiku, and we're forcing Yadak to be the one to spawn. Game mode domination. The goal is to wipe the opposing player completely off the map. And it's going to be on number 5, the Kiku tutorial. And of course we're going to do it on easy, so that way the AI doesn't pick up a whole bunch of text like defenders and whatnot. Am I right in thinking ruins are seeded with their contents at the start of the game? You are correct. Thinking of weekly challenges. You are 100% correct. It is technically possible for us to seed in what each ruin would be giving, but it's pretty much based off of the random seed. Alright, fish. Fish. We're gonna go ahead and grab ourselves a workshop. We're gonna go here, grab a warrior. We're gonna get stars. Pretend that was stars. But in this case, if we chose to level up and get an explorer, this is somewhat close of what we would be able to start seeing right out of the gates. Start moving these out. In fact, what I can do is I can place a port here, get more resources. We'll go the wrong way first. Fish. Port. Workshop. Warrior. Pass the turn. Go across over here. Boom. Enemy terrain. Well, like, if I go ahead and start picking up the techs, like, hunting can be from here. This still can't level up, though. You know what? I can grab riding. I'm gonna grab org just to grab org. I'm gonna grab a rider here. Grab the fruit. Still can't level up this city. How do we level up this city even further? We are actually encouraging the player here to explore. We gotta get at least this ruin, and then we're either gonna get this one here or this one here. So for instance, if I go ahead and just go here. Please be an explorer. Hey, we found Yadak. Hey, look, they built a bridge. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and fish. Port. Explore. Dang, that sucked. Immediately teaching the player that their explorer RNG is going to be horrible. But I can still grab climbing. Heck, I can grab mining. And we now have every single tech that's available to us. Hey, but there's a ruin here. I should pick that up. Grab a rider. Rider can go here. Ready to go here. Pick up this ruin. And that'll do. And we get sailing! Look at that! We got sailing! Bop-a-da-bop. Bop-a-da-pop. Bop. Hester, how's it going? But over here, we don't even need to get scouts. I want the player to get scouts, but we don't even need to get scouts in order to do what I would need to do here. Look at that. Port. Port. Explore. Border growth. Fish. Fruit. Fish. 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 Super unit. And even if I try to level up one of these other cities, we're not going to be able to. Resources. Why are there so many mountains? I made it like that. can go right here. Ooh, a village. You know what? I can place a port here. Haha! You didn't think about that, did you? Writer. Grab this village. Why do you need to have that many mountains? Why not? So by doing that, I am either slowing Yadek down economically, because it forces Yadek to go all the way around. So it takes longer for them to get to this village, so that way they don't immediately start teching up and messing with the player. Because right now we're on Tutorial 5, where the player's needing plenty of time in order to figure out how this stupid water stuff works, right? Because at this point, we're forcing the player to start off on this island over here, and the only way off is to place a port specifically here, and then start sailing across. So I need to give the player time to figure this out. And then at this point, like, I also want to make sure that the player's not rushing this away. And by giving them mountains, the player can't go onto the mountains unless they pick up a tech, which in this case is a mistake. They'll be able to get extra vision. But literally at the start, it's going to be like, alrighty, well, we are people, we are natural fishermen. We need to be getting onto the water. Let's go ahead and build a port to the east and literally just have the player start playing around with water. The whole purpose is play around with water. Second thing is, I wanted to kind of have like a little bit of a flow of, you can kind of see where the map is. This is more like a canal right between here. And then you've got this little bit of a river. But after this, all this open terrain here is perfect prime real estate for like riders to go on. So all these mountains do serve a purpose of, A, I'm trying to slow down the AI economically or just expansion wise. And even though the AI is only going to have 2 cities, and the player has 3, the player is learning a new mechanic while they're doing it. Slowing Kiku down and Yadek 2 just cancels it out. It's not about slowing them down. It's, I'm trying to have, we're trying to make sure that the player only goes onto the water. Oh, but they can build crops because I see all the crops. No, the player does not have access to being able to place farms. That's why we have not built any farms, because with the way that the game, I can't set what text the ruins gave me, but pretend that we don't have this roads. But like all these text right here, these 5, the 5 starters, and then sailing and mining are currently the only text the player has access to at this point of the campaign. We're gonna go ahead and just end the turn right there. And we have more than enough in order to finish this. Yay! So it's not about canceling it out. It is about slowing it down so the player has a chance to experiment. Over here, this is where they have to use climbing in order to move up there. IMO would need to be introduced late so they have access to all text and show how texts are lowered in price. Yes, you are right about that. IMO is going to be one of the later tribes. Oh, we got the killer monument. I'll let the player figure that out on their own. And then they can go here, and they would get a veteran swordsman. Look at that. We got ourselves a veteran swordsman. And then over here is where they get access to a veteran rammer, just so they get a little bit of an idea what a rammer is, but they will not be able to train their own. Fair and later, but do you know what a Pyramix is? No, I do not. But with this, we would have defeated the Yadak, and that ends the fifth campaign mission. That took 26 turns, but we were also playing a little bit slowly, but definitely was... Well, we're also playing on easy, but the only way I can simulate what the player should be getting is putting the AI on easy. So, the AI doesn't just spam out defenders and then make the mission unplayable. Because that's not what we're trying to do. Alrighty. So that's the 5th campaign mission. Each mission builds up upon itself, so that one gave us access to riders. That actually felt a lot better than the other iterations. What if Earth isn't round and more like an even... Nah. Just no. Are you talking about just that, but the only reason it looks round is because of the water and it rounds it out? Like, is that what we're talking about? Because if you get rid of all the water on Earth, then yeah, it would be a lot more uneven. Even though it already is a lot more uneven. So, we can go with that, but other than that, nah. Just no. But yeah, so that's where we're currently at on this. I've been doing this for 3 hours. I think it is about time for us to be done. Now, the next tribe we will be making... We're gonna go ahead and grab this. I'm gonna, you know what, Alt F for it. We're gonna close, reopen, see if that fixes the map. You're here, praise the door. Wandering door, glad you could make it. I just started watching. I know. But I've been streaming for 3 hours, and it will be, just can't, I know. Well, I'll be on it for a tiny bit longer, just to explain where time to watch it back. True that. Awesome, so it does fix it. So, look at that. We've got an even larger map that actually looks like an actual official map. So, again, as a recap, Tutorial 1 is literally about unit control and leveling up cities. Capturing cities. That's all we're doing. No interactions with the other AI. If I'm forced to have a second one, I have the second one there as a failsafe. But it's 6 a.m. I guess I'll sleep after you leave. Make sure you get sleep, man. Sleep is important. But this mission is literally just get a city to level 3. Capture a city and get it to level 3. That is mission 1. Mission 2, barter. Again, building up upon what we last learned, but we're also learning about the research tree. While barter already has access to animals, and this city here can get to level 2, this city here can also only get to level 2 by picking up the forestry tech. This ruin here gives access to climbing, and specifically climbing, so the player can learn, oh, this is what the climbing tech does, allows them to go over the mountains if they so choose to find it. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna go to barter. Wild animal. We're gonna put this wild animal here. Just in case for some reason the player decides to walk on the animal. Like, oh, I'm gonna attack the animal. And then they'll find the ruin here. Will it become a pro Polytopia player like you if you sleep? You will perform better if you sleep. You will perform better also if you have a proper diet and workouts. Because that'll keep your body in tip-top condition. Which means that your brain is not fighting against your own actions, and you'll be able to make faster reaction times and analyze everything a lot better. That's why I haven't been doing so well, because I've a little exhausted myself. Anywho, but this is the city here. That's also going to show that, A, we're also teaching the player that these are animals, this is an animal, and these are both fruit. They're the same thing, they just look different based on the terrain. This is the city you're going to get to level 3 in order to complete the campaign. We're going to save that since we just made some minor changes. The Shinshi tutorial. The Shinshi tutorial is the first one where we're actually going to be interacting with another player. Essentially, what is going to be going on is the player is stuck on this tiny little island, and hopefully, you know, hopefully they're reading, right? Hopefully at this point the player's reading that, hey, they're Shinshi, they are natural climbers, and no mountain can get in their way. And at that point, they can experiment with this mountain immediately. But the main thing is for them to go onto this mountain, which will reveal all this territory and show them what a lighthouse is for the first time. To show also that, hey, you're getting a lot of vision with this mountain, to really emphasize that going on top of mountains, you're not able to level up cities this way, but you get a lot of vision by doing so. I don't know... You know, those probably why your brain is slow. Yeah, it might actually be. I guarantee you that if, like, you don't have to go to the gym and work out, but just eat proper meals and just do a little bit of exercise. Like, heck, do 10 to 20 push-ups a day, 10 to 20 sit-ups a day. That's really, like, all you would need to do to be encouraging your body to rebuild and take care of itself. Do you not get a newbie and check how they play? I have not, but I will be one. I have a newbie that I can give this to. But essentially, showing the player how to explore. And even over here, they can't go further unless they climb on the mountains. Again, they can. This ruin over here has mining. That'll give them access to all these resources over here. And then both of these ruins here are intended to both be veteran swordsmen. The reason being is so it's a lot easier for the player to go in and experiment with combat against Oumaji. And we're specifically choosing Oumaji and flooding this entire area with trees, even this area with trees, and this area with mountains, and this area with mountains, specifically to slow down riders. And I would be wanting Oumaji to be doing nothing but training riders. Next stream, probably not for a good while. But they're like... At least for now, I gotta go with what's the theory behind it, and get everything set up. I kind of want to get at least the first 12 campaign missions of introducing all the game mechanics, essentially all set up. I guess IMO would have to be the ones to introduce spiritualism for temples, right? Maybe. Now that I'm thinking about it. Anywho, why not? Can you not get the newbie that fast? I can ask for a newbie like on Reddit. That's really, really simple. But then I also have to talk with this newbie over Discord and guide them on how to install the Polytopia map-making mod, and which also includes having to install mods, and not everybody knows how to do that. And like that, if I get a new player and immediately say, hey, do this and this and this, they're gonna immediately get frustrated and say no thanks. So that's why it's not a priority for me to get a new player. I have a couple people that can easily do that, but that's not something I'll be doing on stream. But at this point, we're going to get 1, 2, 3 cities. And in theory, if Oumaji should be really slow getting to this one and then working their way around here and then picking up this village here, where both of us will be meeting up. And it'll be a lot easier because of the mountains, as well as riders have weak defense, for us to be able to crush the riders and then take the city for ourselves. I have yet to have an instance, even when I'm intentionally moving units in the wrong direction, for a little bit at least, to where we're unable to get the city in time. I'm a newbie, you should choose me, sure. But then after that, we need the player to be going in using climbing. They get a whole bunch more territory to go over, and they should be able to take out the Oumaji player fairly quickly. This one's a lot more easier said than done, because what I need is for us to be able to, A, get veteran swordsmen from here so the player has a really strong advantage. B, I need to be able to tell Oumaji only train riders, don't bother training warriors. But there's nothing in the Polytopia setup stuff for me to be able to tell Oumaji, I need you only training riders, don't bother training anything else. But this one is specifically to be teaching the player about exploration and the benefits of climbing. Oumaji! For Oumaji, we are teaching the player about how riders move as well as rough terrain. So immediately, we have this wall of rough terrain that if the rider's trying to go out, they're going to kind of just get stuck. They're just going to get stuck. They're going to get stuck. Oh, but there's a ruin. And hopefully at this point, they already know ruins are nice. And they're going to immediately be able to see they can move 2 spaces further. That'll also give them this lighthouse. So that way I'm not teaching the player that lighthouses are only in water. And you only get them by getting climbing. But this will help introduce the player. And if for this ruin, it specifically would be an explorer. Why an explorer? If you give the player an explorer from a ruin, especially here, this tile here is completely uncovered. So, like, this is the player's starting vision here. So the explorer is going to be going over here, discovering this village, more or less, and be able to see this, so the player gets the full benefit of using their riders without having to take an explorer from their capital, because the player would have no idea that, hey, that's what they need to be doing. So we're giving the player access to an explorer. B, we're giving them rough terrain here and here, so that way the riders moving this way or this way, if they choose to go with climbing, is moving slowly so they can't immediately get to this spot of the map as quickly as possible. We're trying to guide the player into a more natural, I need you to go towards the east for me, please. Which, if you see this, we got a whole bunch of open space here, a whole bunch of open space here. This can naturally go onto a mountain. That can immediately then go all the way over here. And we're giving players the ability to play around with their riders. Meanwhile, the opposing Kiku is starting over here with a city that's not going to level up. They're going to very slowly go to this city here, capture this city, and then either make their way over here or make their way over here. Where at this point, the players should have at least these 3 cities, maybe a 4th, in order to have a 3-city-to-1 rider spam bonanza and take the Kiku player out, at least in theory, so we could teach the player that, hey, riders are pretty dang good, you definitely want to be getting those. Other side objectives in this map. This ruin right here gives the player access to fishing. What that's going to do is allow them to kind of experiment with placing a fishing port on any of these here tiles. And along with picking up this one here, they can get this city to level 3. This city can, this one can border growth and get a giant. This city here can border growth and get a giant, so they have 2 giant cities. This city is maxed out at level 3. So that way we can control. So if for some reason the game goes on a long time, they at least can use giants to move forward, or even use the giant to go onto the water if they want to experiment with that. But also, the player then can then use climbing in order to get this lighthouse over here, where they'll find this ruin. If they do manage to go over here, they will be rewarded with a veteran swordsman all the way here in the back. After that, again, we're trying to let the player know, because since they were starting off with climbing on the last mission, this is another spot where they are going to be required climbing in order to be able to see this lighthouse over here. Same thing with over here, so that way we're, again, letting players know climbing can be pretty good. It also works pretty well with riders, being able to give them extra vision. So we're guiding the player with that. That is the 4th mission. The 5th one is the one that we just spent all that time on. This one required the most editing, where first things first, we want the player to be going onto the water. This ruin here is going to be specifically for stars, so they can immediately build a port without being punished. After that, they are guided to go over here and pick up this village. With that, they then have multiple avenues to be going after the opponents. Once they get at least a third lighthouse, this city, their capital, can do a border growth, which will then allow them to get a giant, which is kind of nice. I guess I could also put like one extra mountain, like maybe right here, specifically so they can pick up mining and they don't feel like it's a dead tech. Sure, we'll do it. That way they don't have to do a border growth to get their giant. Sure, we'll do that. We'll put it here. Nope, I don't like it. It does need to be the other way around. Mountain, boom, boom, bam. Much better. That way they don't have to do a border growth and get punished that way, but it will be better for them to do a border growth. They can then play support here. Makes it a lot easier for them to go after Yadak. But essentially, they will have multiple avenues onto the water to land their units, to be going after the Yadak player. But also, they can be using the information they learned about riders to be spamming riders through the center and go after Yadak that way. They are required to pick up climbing here, as this ruin all the way here is going to be the one that has sailing, and if they put a unit there to pick it up, the unit's going to be trapped. So by picking up climbing, that'll then allow them to escape with that unit. This ruin here is going to be an explorer that will then reveal Yadak and hopefully give them access to the top lighthouse. And with sailing, they'll have the ability to go to this other desolate land that has like no resources on it. I don't know, it probably sucks. But this other island all the way over here in the back is going to have a veteran swordsman as well as a veteran rammer. You know what we should also do, just while we're thinking about it, is we'll get one more ruin. Again, this one is specifically just going to have a veteran swordsman there, as the player is encouraged to go here anyways in order to pick up this lighthouse. Yeah. And we will encourage the player to pick up the lighthouse over there and remind them that that levels up their city. You know, more ways to help remind the player, hey, this levels up your city. Grab it. And yeah, so the next mission, the player will be playing as Yadak, where they're going to be learning about roads, all the benefits of roads, how it can allow your units to go through forests, but can't go over mountains, and it can also be used to connect all your cities. So it is going to be a 15 by 15 map. So we're going to go ahead and exit. We're almost to the full default. Resize map, 15. Boom. So the maps are starting to get a little bit larger. Every single map, it's going to increase by one in size. That'll give us more space to just give more options and allow the player to use, hopefully, every single mechanic that they've been learning from this point onwards. So I don't think I have enough mental... I'll start. I kind of want to start it, but maybe this will be my last map. If we go ahead and close this out and look at the tribes. Yadak is the next one, and it's only going to give access to one technology. So if we go to the layers, we're gonna... Oh, wrong. Go ahead and get rid of this bit. So this is going to be the new... Ah! This is going to be the new tech web right here. Campaign... Tech web. Save. There we go. So this is going to be the new tech web. We are adding roads. Is there any other text that I should be adding here? I don't think so. I think we specifically just want to add roads. Roads is going to be adding a lot. It's going to be adding the ability to get a metropolis. Another one. So I want the player to kind of have access to multiple metropoli. I guess that's the plural version, right? Metropoli. On making this map. We're gonna start off with our city here in the south. So 06 Yadak. Campaign? Tutorial. Whoops. Set. I need to delete that other one. Save. Alright. But the next one is either going to be Zabazi, going to be Quetzali, or going to be Imo. Out of all of those, the easiest one is definitely going to be Zabazi. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to grab Zabazi here. And oops. Remove. There we go. That way I guide myself that we're going to be adding Zabazi. But this is the only tech that we're going to be getting through all of this. Now, what am I wanting to do? We need a section of the water. Oops. Here. I'll show what I've been doing. This is what I did to the map. Really nothing much. Player's going to be starting here in the south again. Player's going to be starting in the south. And we're going to need multiple things on this. So now that we are removing full hardness, please. Thank you. Perfect. Now that we're adding roads honestly adds a lot. I want the player to understand how they can connect their cities with roads. I want the player to understand how they can connect their ports with roads. And we also need the player to kind of be able to experiment with their units being able to run faster through roads. So we're definitely going to be needing a section. Oh, we needed the player to know that they can't build roads on mountains, but we also can build roads through forests and speed everything up that way. So we've got multiple objectives that we're going to be doing specifically. So I need mountains through the center. We're going to need a massive amount of forests on one side and the ocean on the other. So that way the player has 3 different avenues of how they can tackle this map. First things first, we are going to give the player 1 city directly to the north, which will then be blocked off by mountains, you know, potentially. I need the player to have another city here to the west, and I need the player to have 1 more all the way here. Something like this. So yes, this is a lot of mountains. But that is this is necessary. I need 2 water tiles, very specific right here and right here. And then we can have these just a little bit further out, and then followed out with ocean. And then like a mountain right here. Here's what I want. I want water here, but I also then want a city on this tile right here. You know, something like this. So we can place a ruin. Oh, but we also need to teach the player about bridges. Because I was going to do this one to give the player access to sailing. And then I just need like a whole bunch more ocean like here. Not like that. Sabazi. Boom. So we have the ability to build a bridge. So this is the start of something. If I do something like this, to make it to where it's a lot easier for us to attack into the Zabazi territory. Like so. There we go. That way we're not breaking any major rules. There we go. So no, this map is going to have quite a few villages. Oops. You know what? We should bring Polytopia back. I'm so sorry. Y'all didn't get to see a single bit of that. So what did we do? We're gonna get caught up. This one goes to this, which allows us to have a way to use climbing to gain an advantage. This also allows us to go over here, where we're about to have a whole bunch of forest. Which is really going to slow down all of our units, but with the power of roads, we'll be able to go through those forests a lot faster, just fine. We also will be able to go to this village, will allow us to use sailing by placing here or here, and by doing both of these, this village can also go here onto the water, so we have two sources of units going onto the water! Which allows us to wrap around the land, around the shore, or go over here, pick up this ruin, get us some sailing. I think I want it to the player not have access to the sailing tech, because by me saying, hey, the technology's locked, then the AI can't get it, but only with this ruin specifically right here can you get the sailing tech. So that way, the player's still able to do whatever the heck they want. We have a spot over here where the player is allowed to build a bridge. In fact, that will, be encouraged as another form of attack. So we've got roads over here, we've got a bridge over here, and with these, we've currently got 4 extra villages. We only need 1 more village to help, guarantee to the player, just to make sure that the player is able to get the Grand Bazaar monument and be able to play around with that. So that will be included as part of the weird mental maths that we'll be doing on this map in particular. We're gonna go ahead and just gonna do this. That's a lot of mountains. Yep, it sure is. What I can do is place like forests. Something like that. It's kind of gross, but yeah, we could do something like that. So that way there's no real benefit to putting roads in there. And it's kind of a dead man's land in both ways. Is essentially like, this is going to discourage players going straight through here. And that is our goal, is... Oh no, wrong tile. Mountain. Something like this. Now we need a whole bunch of forests. And literally more there. Even more here. All the way to... this tile right here. So what's going to be required of us? Oh, you know what? Remove those. Much better. So this is an easy controlled way for us to make sure that the player is able to get... this is essentially just 5 free villages we're giving the player to give them access to the monument for getting the Grand Bazaar. However, that's not going to be possible unless the player goes across the water for here. We're going to go ahead and set this as the capital for player 1. This is going to be the capital for player 2. Much better. And we're going to go ahead and go with fields. Oumaji. Go ahead and place down one more city right there. There. And this will help slow down the AI from rushing over here. This will help slow down the AI from getting onto the water. That should be fine, right? Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, so by doing something like this, we are essentially forcing the player to make use of bridges as well. Well, what about... instead of forcing the player to use a bridge... well, nah. I think it's important to also let them know that they have access to bridges, and this is a natural river, and a great spot for them to be able to make use of that. We will go ahead and... Oumaji. Go ahead and place a forest here. Well, I guess I'll give the player the option. If for some silly reason they feel like that they're better off wrapping around this way, sure, go for it. They can technically build a road all the way around to here. Also having this route is acceptable. So, with this kind of set up, we have bridge intended to go here. We have a bridge able to go over here. We have an even further bridge. If for some reason the player wanted to do that, go for it. It's kind of a waste of resources. We have 2 ways onto the water right here and right here. Alright, so let's look at our tech web. We are definitely making use of roads. Roads are being used, as both roads and bridges are being used, so they have access to both of that. Ports absolutely are being used, so let's go ahead and just color these in. Good, good, good. We currently don't have fishing. Good. Sailing is also good. We have that available for the player through a ruin. Climbing! Climbing's technically being used. And is usable. But I am missing certain text. So what am I missing? We need fish. We just need resources on the map. Ways for riders to be useful. Well, riders are going to be useful with roads, so we're going to go ahead and color that in. Just fine. But at this point, we almost have all of everything that we've picked up previously already included into this campaign mission. If we go back to Yedak and let's give them some trees like so, at least there. Let's consider the idea of actually, you know what? The player's going to immediately start off with vision of the lighthouse just because of location. So I actually do need to remove this city, and we got to place a new one. I kind of want one place a little bit further away. We're going to go ahead and place a mountain here, so that way the player could, for some reason, choose to go backwards. It's going to be a lot trickier for them to get the final lighthouse, though. As the maps goes on, it's going to be a lot harder for me to give the player access to the final lighthouse unless I don't have the opposing player all the way in the opposite corner. But this way, I don't really want them to spend forever getting to the lighthouse over there, but I will go ahead and place a ruin on this tile right here. By placing the ruin there, if the player chooses not to get climbing, walks around and collects the lighthouse, at least they have a ruin. So I'm not punishing the player completely. The ruin, I will be wanting to give the player a veteran swordsman, so that way they have more firepower in dealing with the upcoming threat. we are gonna go ahead and place metal in both of these mountains. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give the player some fish. 5. 6. We're gonna go with 2 fruits. 7, 8. Wild animal in order to build these forests. So this is a very very nicely set up potential capital for them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's remove the resource from this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have a lighthouse here. 9. Or what if we make the capital one of the only cities that doesn't gain a lot of population? So that way we are encouraging the player on making the road connections. Yeah, actually, that's a much smarter idea. We're going to just remove all the resources. Bop, 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 bop. Because they've got... Boom. No fish. So technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9. So they can get a border growth by going... We're going to recount it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 here. 9. And that is how they'll be able to level up their... capital just fine. There. So that mountain's a little bit annoying and out of the way, but they will be able to get the lighthouse by picking up climbing. But they could also just build, like, a bridge here and then go down. That is a possibility. It's worse for them building a bridge there. So what if they build a bridge? Let's at least give them X. Well, but fishing's not going to fix the problem if they do. Because worst case scenario, they build a bridge here. If for some reason they build a temple, they build a temple. It's fine. They get to experiment with that. Actually, no, they can't build a temple. We're fine with the mountain. That's right. Temple is meditation, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. We're gonna go ahead and build another forest here. So that way, if the player feels like they can't build roads through forests, they're not instantly being punished for, you know, trying to build through forests. And in fact, I do want to go and place a mountain there. Alright, each of these other cities, though, do need the ability to level up. So we are going to go ahead and go with fishing here. Boom. Going to go and place a fish right there. Fish on these other tiles. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache, so I might just need to be done anyways. I was hoping to finish this one, but I gotta do a lot of counting for pretty much each of these villages. Like this village here, I want them to be able to I want the player to use mining. We want the player to use fishing here. We want the player to use hunting over here. Hunting and org. And we're still going to just place crops, even though we're not using them, just to make it look nice. Alright, so this city can get to level 3. This city can get to level 3. This city can get to level 3. This city currently cannot get to level 3. We will go ahead and place fruit there. We're also going to use this to slightly guide the player on how to correctly place level up their cities. So this city can get to level 3, this city can get to level 3, this city can get to level 3, this city can get to level 3. This city can upgrade all the way, thanks to the amount of roads and lighthouses we can get. Rune can go there. Rune can go there. So this rune I want specifically be an explorer in order to show this entire little river off. This one is going to be a veteran swordsman. This rune can go there. Another veteran swordsman. But I also want each of these cities, if they level up, to have these other cities, if you put metropolises there, need to be able to give the players... Oh yeah, I also need another... a veteran rammer. So that can go there. That can be... That's the veteran rammer. Where are 5 tiles that only this city gets? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Three. 4, 5. Yeah, that'll be fine. Because this will be 1, 2, 3, 4. 5th with a road. And then if they do a border growth, which is the whole point, they're going to be able to get a giant. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Road for 5. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So those are resources that are specifically for this city here. This one levels up. We're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So this one can level up all the way. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Oops. 4, 5. Now we don't want to place it. Oh, I could place a fish here, and then we can get rid of 1 extra. Animal, like right there. Boom. So that looks a little bit nicer. Alrighty, as a reminder, this city needs 9 points to level up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna go and put... Oh, wait, no, the fish doesn't need to go there, because of the port. Speaking of ports... Get rid of these 2 resources. One, 2, 3, 4. All right, so let's do another resource count on this village. 1, 2, 3, 4 with the bridge. 5 with a wild animal. 6, 1, 2, 3, road. 4, 5. And then I need 5 more if we do a border growth. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So this city, I'm not expecting to actually fully level up, mostly because one of these also needs to be a bridge. We are expecting one of these to be a bridge, so we're gonna go ahead and put that fish there. If they build a bridge over this fish, cool, they lose it. They technically have enough to fully level this up. I'm just gonna leave that one as that. 1, 2, potential bridge. So we're just gonna leave this as a potential bridge. 3, 4, road connection 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna put one more fish pretty much right there. Remove the resource. All right. Bless you, sweetheart. Should this be the first one where we let the AI actually build up their capital? Oops. One, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to give them access to a giant. This is 8, 9 if you include this. We could technically get 2 giants here. Get that to level 3. This can technically get to level 3. I want this to be a weaker. They can build. The enemy can build roads. Okay, something like this will definitely allow Zabazi to potentially get 1 or 2 giants. A little scary, but I think that should be fine. That way, we are actually now starting to throw a real threat at the player. And then we'll be able to see that, hey, they got farms. Crops. I guess the last question is do I have, like, one more city kind of here in the center? I think we do. I think we give Yadak one more city to play around with. Or not Yadak, Zabazi, one more city to play around with. Like, right here. But this one can stay as a low level. That way they don't get too many, pops and resources. This one's the capital for player 2. This one's the capital for player 1. Let's give it a quick play test, shall we? No longer playing as Kiku. We're going to play as Yadak and Zabazi. We're going to play the Yadak tutorial. 225 tiles. We're going to play on easy. So I'm going to be fully honest. I'm going to do what I think a different player would do. And get climbing. Well, I can get mining here. Dang. That's supposed to be an explorer. Go up. I could build a mine here. Workshop. Road. Resources. Road. Resources. I see more animals. I'm gonna go ahead and take hunting. Build a road here. I can grab fishing. Fish. Port. Resources. And I can actually, like, grab another warrior here. I can grab a warrior here to grab the lighthouse back on my capital. Ooh, there's a ruin there. And we're gonna go ahead and build a road, build a road, build a road. Hunt. Workshop. You know what I need? I need a mountain right here. Yeah, I need a mountain right here, is what I need. Go ahead and get that fixed. So I need the player to see... We're Alt F4. I'm gonna try to close it and reopen it. Hopefully the map's not, like, gone. Alrighty, we need a mountain. Yadak. Mountain. Boom, right there. And I need the resource going. Boom. Save. All right, specifically so that way they can see that it's a river right there. Yeah. So that's what needs to be done right there, which we have now done. That is, as they say, is that. That would... This way the player is able to more confidently build a bridge across the river and see what they're doing. Alright, we're going to try this again. New game, creative, Yadak, pick. Custom, Yadak tutorial. What if I take this? Darn it, it pops again. I'm curious about something. I'm just doing this as a test really fast. Okay, well that gives trade in this instance. That actually does not help my test at all. Alright, new game, creative. So I remember this ruin giving stars once. Ramming. Okay, yeah. So it is random, unfortunately. Custom. All the way to the Yadak tutorial. Let's try to give this a full playthrough really fast. Alrighty. The not optimal way, we're going to go ahead and get climbing first. Grab mining. This way, go this way, go this way. Mine. Workshop. Warrior. Pass. Yeah, none of this is optimal. Even though that's technically what I would have wanted. Oh no, I don't have enough for roads. Pops again. Road. Resources. Resources. Road. Fishing. Fish. Workshop. Port. Fish. Oh, don't have enough. Resources. Road. Road. Go ahead and head across right over there. I need to get hunting. Hunt. Workshop. Hunt. Fish. Workshop again. This is going how I need it to? Road. Road. There we go. So I'm literally one away from expanding the borders of the capital, which I think I forgot to add additional resources. Oh wait, no, I got the population growth from something else, so we're actually not supposed to be this far advanced. Ah! That's Oumaji. We could pick up organization and writing. 1, 2, 3. Resources. Grab writing. Grab writing. Writer. They have a Park of Fortune. So our opponent, the AI, did end up making a giant. Oh boy, we got ourselves sailing from that. That allows us to go onto the open water. So I can grab this. I'm gonna try to get the veteran rammer. Dang it. Worth a shot. Network monuments is complete. So that's going to stay as a low level, just because I can't do anything else to level that up. How do I want to do this? Road. Fishing. Explore. Dang. It waddled around the wrong way. But we do still have the possibility of just leveling these up. Oh, shoot. I need one more open space. Hey, the AI built a bridge. That's exactly what I wanted. There you go. So this should be an easy cleanup, but it's an easy cleanup for me because I know what I'm doing. So yeah, so there's the giant. Bridge. Road. 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 Grand Bazaar. I do need one more open space over here. Woo! Killer Monument is complete. So this is a good mission for us to allow the player to play around with monuments. That giant's got a lot of health. Yay! Grand Bazaar. And we're gonna giant at the capital. Beautiful. Border growth. Oh. We're just fine. There you go. So I was able to do it in 22 turns. So pretty good pacing. I wish I could make it to where the ruins gave very specific things. It would be a lot easier for me to do a true test. But yeah, now starting to throw giants at the player might be an interesting little learning curve. Because we're assuming that the player's going to be 4 cities to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 4 to 6 cities is a lot. They should be fine. I am happy though that kind of play the way I was expecting it to, from start to finish. So, is it perfect? No, it's not. Yeah, tutorial. I do need... I had one more crop right there. Much better. The issue is Yadak is not a good tribe for introducing roads, especially on a map like this. Even though this is, in theory, what you would want to do is give a bunch of roads over an extended area and go, look, the only way you're going to get through this really, really fast is with roads. But Yadak, their trees completely block all vision, and B, the roads blend in with the ground just because of their terrain colors. So I think this is fine. This is for a veteran swordsman. This is for stars or something. I don't know. I'll figure that one out. This one's for an explorer, so that way they can see what's going on over here a lot easier. This one grants them sailing. This one's for a veteran rammer. This one's for a veteran swordsman. What about giving another ruin? We give another ruin like right here. Because then they can get another veteran swordsman there. Because again, we're trying to make sure that the player has enough firepower when they don't have the same kind of mentality that I have of what we're able to accomplish. This should be fine. We're going to go ahead, we're going to remove. Oops. Perfect. Much better. Alright. So this is how I would probably introduce roads and bridges to the players. You literally make a map that really wants you to fully utilize roads. You're not going to be able to level up the capital unless you build roads. You're not going to be able to... And we're going to be able to, with the capital, we got a port. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, because it should be the player getting to the 3 corners. And then cities, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That'll get them to do a border growth. And from this point, we should... Oops. 1. One. Two. 3. And then literally everything for the capital, so... 4, 5. With a border growth, they'll be able to get a giant from their capital. And it requires literally every single tech. So, again, we're also wanting to enforce to the player what our expectations are. Also, they can build up ports here and get levels that way, so technically all they really need is fishing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So that is the Zabazi level. On what I would be doing. We also open this up so that way the player, even when a border growth happens, the player can road forward at least to these mountains and feel smart about their decisions. I could also... actually make it to where just a really big crops. Yeah. Why not? I don't see why not. Really large city, mediocre city, very small city. I think that's good. Yeah, it's gonna mean that they're gonna have to deal with 2 giants. I think that's gonna be fine. We'll give them a couple giants to deal with. It's not like the giants are gonna be attacking the player, really. There's a chance they could. Like, the chance is really small. I'm kind of spacing out at this point. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So that is the 6th tutorial mission, at least this first iteration of it. There's always, as a reminder, this is all just for fun. This is basically all just fan-made content. But this is my hypothetical of how I would be creating a campaign and introducing a player to the game. And each of these are going to be missions that go take a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, having you, again, build up on all the knowledge that you have been accumulating previously. And also, look at this. Like, except for a couple of spots on this map, this is starting to look closer to what a real map would look like in Polytopia. At least in some way, shape, and forms. Like, this almost looks specifically like a continents-based map, which is, you know, something Yadak really performs well on. So the next one is going to be the first 16 by 16 normal sized map. But yeah, thank you. I'm not going to replay the map all over again. Let's at least make sure that it's saved. I'll be sad if it didn't. I'm just gonna... Should have double checked. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. The next tribe to be introduced is going to be Yadak. Not Yadak. We already introduced Yadak. So the next one that's going to be introduced is going to be Zabazi. Because essentially the way we're also being able to do this is they're playing against the tribe that they'll be playing next. So they also kind of are a little bit familiar with how it works. So number 6 is Yadak. Teach roads and bridges. Allow roads and bridges. Bonus. Intend to get wonders. So this is the first mission where we're specifically intending on the player on getting wonders as well. And as y'all saw, they should be able to get like a solid 4 of them, and they will be able to benefit from them by placing them down and getting the giants in any city they want. Next one is pretty straightforward. 7. It's going to be Zabazi. Teach farming and construction. Or teach farming. Bonus. Teach construction. And T3 text. T3 building. And again, each of these are going to be building up upon each other. And we're about to be at the point where the player's going to have access to nearly everything that they're going to need, but they've got a lot of different ways that they'll be able to tackle each of these maps. So we're going to be on number 7 of Zabazi next time, where it's going to be kind of about planning out how to maximize each of their cities. After Zabazi is probably Quetzali, honestly. And teach diplomacy. Teach alliances and diplomacy to other players. And that's where we're going to be having more than one AI in the game at a time after a certain point. One of which is basically going to be directly adjacent, with the full intention of starting to make things more difficult and try to have the player be encouraged. At least with Quetzali, they're going to be encouraged to form an early peace treaty with the other player. I'll figure out how to encourage something like that. Anywho, thank you all so much for tuning on in. I'm done for today. We'll be seeing you all again next time. So, yeah. Hope you found these ideas interesting. Relax, and... well, that's just me, not the outro scene. Have a good one.